And the meeting opens at 10 a.m. Right. First order of things. We'll open with prayer. Heavenly Father, grant that we who would seek to serve you may have the wisdom of your Spirit, the guiding of your hand, and the grace to serve together for the prosperity of our city of the Gold Coast. Through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. Let's be upstanding for national anthem.
Australians, oh, let us rejoice, for we are one and free. We've golden soil and wealth for toil. Our home is girt by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts, all beauty rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains that let us sing, advance Australia fair.
Please be seated. That was the best one this year.
Best one for the round.
Okay. Okay, I think Councillor Gate just running a bit late. We'll just note that. Item 2, leave of absence, is nil. Condolences, I'll go to Councillor Vorster.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, today I rise seeking that a motion of condolence be passed and a message of sympathy be forwarded to the Perkins family on the passing of Ms Sheila Perkins.
Seconder, Councillor Lacastra.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, in the far southeast corner of Varsity Lakes is the Varsity Lakes Community Resource Centre and the nearby Varsity Veggies Garden. And those who are connected with the precinct come to this place to serve their community, and the work that they carry out is a labour of love. Sheila was a foundational member of our community garden, and there was no job too big or too small for Sheila. She served as a secretary, she served as a treasurer, she served as the glue that held that community group together. Her passing leaves a huge deficit, and all members of the community connected with the Varsity Lakes Community Resource Centre know that they've got big shoes to fill. She'll be sorely missed, and I know the high standards that she held and the warmth that she had will prompt others to follow in her footsteps, and perhaps that's her legacy in this space. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Okay. Councillor, I'll put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. We go to Councillor Hamill.
Mr Mayor, good morning. I rise to move that a motion of condolence and sympathy be passed on to the family of Mr Noel Herbst.
I'll second that.
Mr Mayor, this is the first time I've had to rise in this place for a condolence motion, and I sincerely wish it wasn't for this gentleman. For councillors who don't know who Noel Herbst was, he was the owner and director of Gold Coast Marine Aquaculture, or Gold Coast Tiger Prawns, a titan of business and industry in the very north end of our city. Can I say at this time too that it's a shame that Councillor Gates is late this morning, because I know she dearly would have loved the chance to speak about Noel. Her and Noel had a very close friendship, and he was a big supporter of Councillor Gates during her time in Division 1. Mr Mayor, there simply isn't too many business leaders like Noel left anymore, that generation of pioneers in this city who time and time again invested so heavily into their businesses, took such great risk to grow business and to grow jobs, not just in the north end of the city but across our entire city. There's not too many of them left, and it's a real shame that as people like Noel leave our city, that so much of their knowledge and expertise goes with them, because there simply isn't too many of them left. When I decided to run for office or have a tilt at Division 1, Noel was one of the first people I went to speak with. That's the kind of respect I had for him, not just as a business leader, but as a person and a constituent in that area. He reminded me very quickly that he could still remember me running around in diapers at his place, but then followed that up with that he was really proud to see the son of a farming family going into local politics in that area, and he was more than happy to support me. Mr. Noel's wonderful wife died a few years back, and when she passed, a little part of Noel left as well. He was never the same man again. So while it's an incredibly difficult time for a lot of people in my area that have lost a true friend, we take great comfort in knowing that he's back with his beautiful wife. And the only other part that is incredibly fitting for a man who loved to work, Noel loved to work, and at 81, approaching his 81st birthday, was still working 7 days a week most of the time, and was an incredibly hard taskmaster. He died on the family farm, so he was at the business. When he died, he was down the back feeding the cattle, and for anyone that knows someone that comes off the land, that's the way we'd like to go. Noel fell over in the paddock, and if he would have had his way, and he actually mentioned this to me some time ago, that if he could fall over on the farm, bury him right there and plant a tree on top, that would have suited him perfectly. So a fitting end that he would have liked to have seen. A real loss for this city. And I'm really happy to move this today, and would ask any councillors that maybe have had the opportunity to visit his business in the past, who have heard of what he had done up there, to include your name on the card as a sign of respect for someone that did so much for this city. He'll be really, really sadly missed in that end. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Absolutely. I think you did great.
Thank you.
Great. Right, Councillor, put all in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carry. Anyone want to be included? Councillor Owen Jones, Councillor Caldwell, Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Worcester, Councillor Pauline Young, Councillor McDonald, and Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, could we also make sure Councillor Gates' name is on
Yes,
the
I think you're right. Just could put Councillor Gates there as well. Okay, I'll go next to Councillor Pauline Young.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'd like to pass a motion of condolence and a message of sympathy be sent to the family of John Dudley Henderson.
Seconder, Councillor Caldwell.
Thank you. And also, with Councillor Gates being delayed for a little bit today, she would also be very strongly wanting to speak to this as well. John passed away peacefully on the 11th of November 2021, and he's survived by his loving wife Jan, his three very treasured sons David, Andrew and Luke, and their partners, and his 6 grandchildren. John launched one of the Gold Coast's most successful real estate agencies here on the Gold Coast in 1973. He donated over $1 million to Surf Life Saving. He cheered his winning horse in a Melbourne Cup and raised 3 sons on the sparkling sands of Mermaid Beach. John has never worn the yellow and red cap. He has never completed He has never completed a beach patrol, and he has never resuscitated anyone. But he has done more for the surf life-saving movement than most. He saw that the beach was the number one. He saw that the beach was the number one reason that people lived in our area, and that keeping the community and its children safe was integral to our community. We all know the average surf club runs on the smell of an oily rag. He approached our 3 local clubs, Mermaid Beach, Nobbies and Miami, to ask if he could offer them financial support. John said simply this: "I look up to your members and they inspire me to help. I, unfortunately, don't have the time or the fitness to do the jobs that they do, but I can and I want to help financially." John became the major financial sponsor for these 3 clubs and has continued to do this to this very day for more than 3 decades. John's generosity and money has saved lives and set an example to others within our community. The business John and Jan started was named Gold Coast Family Business of the Year at the Business Excellence Awards in 2017. In 2007, John retired and sold his business to his 3 sons. Those sons continue to do the club's major financial supporters and will ensure that it continues into the future. And for the sign of the man that he was, in lieu of flowers for his very large service that will be at the Turf Club tomorrow, he has the charitable trust donations, which is the Henderson Foundation Trust, and with all funds donated to be divided between Mermaid Nobbies and Miami Surf Club now and into the future. So even though John Henderson rests in peace, the legacy he leaves behind will go on in future generations. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carry. Anyone else that would like to be added? Yeah, I'll go from my left. Councillor Hamill, Owen Jones, Caldwell, Peter Young, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Worcester, Councillor McDonald, Councillor O'Neill, and put Councillor Gates there. All right. And you have a second one there? You ready to go? No. No, you don't? Okay, just thought it.
Councillor O'Neill.
All right. All right, I'll just go through. Okay, so Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I ask that a message of condolence and sympathy be sent to the family of Andrea Miccio.
Second, Councillor Pauline Young.
This is a little bit different, Mr Mayor. There was a sudden sad passing of Andrea Miccio in his home in Coolangatta on the weekend. Andrea was only 30, was a young Italian living and working the Australian dream with his love for surf, sun and sand in Coolangatta. He was much loved and admired on the hospitality scene on the southern Gold Coast, where he worked for a long time at Xenia Grill on the Coolangatta Esplanade and most recently at Tommy's Italian at Currumbin. Andrea's passing has had an effect across the local Italian community, and our thoughts and prayers are with his family and friends and colleagues. I ask that this message of condolence be forwarded to his family in Italy through our dear friend Console Salvatore Napolitano in the Italian consulate in Brisbane. Mr Mayor, all of Andrea's family is in Italy. His family is struggling with his death, and I think us, acknowledging that death and sending this condolence will go a long way to comforting them. You send your child off, they go on adventures, you expect them to come home safe, and unfortunately this is not the case with Andrea, so thank you.
Okay. Councillor, put motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. You want your name added? Councillor Vorster, Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Pauline Young, Councillor McDonald. Thank you for that. I'll add Councillor Caldwell and Councillor Owen Jones, Councillor Castro. Thank you for that. There's no other condolences, but Councillor Tozer.
Mr Mayor, I do have a condolence motion. I move that a motion of condolence be passed and a message of sympathy be forwarded to the Dillon family on the passing of Graham Dillon.
I can't accept that because I've got a message in that they wish not to have condolences.
It's not the at 9:22 this morning. I have received an email in writing from the Dillon family.
It's not on
It's
the
a proxy
agenda.
of the person.
It's not on the agenda.
Are you ruling against my motion?
I'm asking you to sit down.
I'm going to move a procedural motion of dissent.
I'm asking you to sit down. It's
And
not
I'm
on the
asking a
agenda.
procedural motion of
It's
dissent.
not on the agenda. Please sit down. Right, next item, we go to the Merrill Minute, 4.1. Right. What's on the screen? The Yatala Stapleton Enterprise area and the Stakeless Marine Precinct. Is that a fish, isn't it? It's a chicken, all right. I was close. Basically, Councillor, can you
Tuna
put
is the
the
chicken of the
motion on
sea.
the screen so I can read that? That officers undertake an investigate into expanding the Yatala Enterprise area to the east of the M1 motorway, with the report presented to a Planning and Environment Committee detailing scope, timing and budget requirements in the first quarter of 2022. Two, that Council note that the findings from these investigations will be used to inform a city plan amendment package to the state government, ideally by 31st December 2022. The officers undertake investigation into master planning the Steglitz Marine Precinct area, with a report presented to a Planning Environment Committee detailing scope, timing and budget requirements in the first quarter of 2022. Councillors, as you know, Yatala Enterprise has been one of the best story as far as broadening our economy is concerned, and it's so successful that we got a forward plan in the future. From Division 1, I'll ask Councillor Hamill to add to that.
Mr Mayor, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I think it's fitting to start by saying that in the preamble it spoke to the fact that this isn't a new idea to look at expanding the enterprise area, that previous terms of council, and especially through Councillor Gates as the previous councillor for Division 1, have got some open resolutions on this matter. What we're doing here today with your support is wrapping some of those open resolutions together and putting some time frames to send a clear signal to the state and to industry that our city is really serious about looking at industrial land supply. Mr Mayor, for the information of councillors, the Yatala Enterprise area as it currently sits was actually first set aside 50 years ago by the Albert Shire Council of the day. At that time, Yatala would have been in the absolute middle of nowhere. For that council to have the foresight to put a red line around a big chunk of land that they could see was going to end up between South Brisbane and Gold Coast heading towards each other, that foresight to set aside such a large area for industrial and commercial use really was an amazing thing for the time. That nearly 50 years later, we're really seeing that come to its ultimate fruition. With that huge success, which on the back of COVID and now with an Olympics announcement, the inquiry for the Yatala Enterprise area has gone absolutely through the roof. Yesterday, I had the good fortune to visit one industrial estate where in the last 6 months, 500 new jobs have been added in and 12 buildings are under construction, with another 1,000 jobs to come online within the next 6 months. That's in one industrial estate, which represents maybe 5% of the entire area. Mr Mayor, the enterprise area, when we talk about investment, we talk in billions, and when we talk about job creation, it's in the tens of thousands, which is why I know, working with you and on your visits to Yatala recently, you saw the need to bring forward this mayoral minute to give it the strength it deserved, to show that we must be really serious as a city around industrial land supply and the opportunities at the very north end of the city, what this gives us. Again, in finishing, acknowledge what Councillor Gates did before I took over in the area. The resolutions had commenced in this process, and would finish by saying, Mr Mayor, thank you to you for spending so much time in Yatala recently, and for acknowledging the huge opportunities that are coming. I know we're aware of a few investments coming up that are going to be absolutely huge, that I'm sure when other councillors find out about it will be amazed at what's coming and what's happening in the north end of the city. But in the meantime, really important work that I hope all councillors can see themselves to get behind, and really look forward to seeing what officers bring forward early in 2022.
Okay. Anyone to speak against the motion? Put motion to you, councillors. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Carry. Unanimous. Thank you, councillor. Thank you, Director. I just thought in case we had a lot of questions.
Happy.
Councillor, I've got one more minute. Put the motion on there. There's the preamble, but basically, councillors, that the acting chief executive officer bring forward a report. What we want is a report to council early in 2022 regarding potential opportunity to increase the activation of hotter outdoor stage, and with the report to address the matters raised in this mayoral minutes. Basically, in the past couple of years, I've been talking to hotter and said, look, we want our Vox area to be pumping, activated, and let us know whatever additional infrastructure you need to have it so that it's plug and play. If we need to upgrade a bit more, but that is always something going on at the outdoor space. And 2 years lapse, I keep asking, and it hasn't been forthcoming. So I thought, well, I might as well put a Merrill Minute up and get a report done to see how we can activate this. Councillor Tozer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For the last 2 years, the live music industry has been at a total standstill as a result of COVID and the lack of the capacity to gather together. You know, the comment that you just made was that it's been dormant for 2 years, and it is, you know, not coincidental that that has occurred at a time where people can't actually gather together. I have no problem with the report, really, but I'm also conscious that right now, live music acts from all over Australia are rescheduling tours to start next year, and it is probably reasonable and fair to suggest that our venue will be entirely appropriate for that mid-range act to book at.
It may be, but let me put it this way. When I talked to some industry leaders and I said, have a look, what can you plug and play? And they said, oh, we need this to be moved in, a screen here, or whatever it is. It was more than the acts not being there, but the non-responsive of having whatever infrastructure that's required to be put in so that specifically the medium-sized act can turn up, the smaller acts can turn up and plug in, off they go, instead of hiring equipment in and out all the time.
Okay, so the substance of the report is more about the council funding
You might as well
more
do
infrastructure.
You might
in
as
order
well
to-
do both and go how we can make it better.
So it's about an infrastructure provision for acts to book there. Is that
Absolutely.
loosely, that's the scope of the report, as opposed to
That too.
okay.
All right. Councillor Owen Jones.
So, Mr. Mayor, I'm supportive of the idea of calling for a report because I think it does make sense that we see what the options are. I agree with Councillor Tozer in regards to clearly we've had the shadow of COVID for 2 years, which has interrupted the ability to activate that space. I'm particularly interested in any future report being mindful of the need for any of the operating models for the outdoor space to make sure that it definitely ties in with the principal gallery. I think that clearly the city's largest investment in the space to date has actually been the gallery, and whatever we do should be focused around that. So if there is to be a change to the operating model, we need to make sure that the gallery isn't impacted by any of that. And,
Agree.
And to me, it's a curation issue more than anything else. I accept the fact that there may be a way to generate more footfall and more traffic into the outdoor area, but I think we need to never lose sight of the investment that we've made in the principal gallery, if that makes sense.
I agree with you. All right. Anyone else to speak against the motion? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, carry, unanimous. At this point, councillors, I draw your attention that I asked the CEO to move, to swap around Planning Environment Committee to be ahead of economic tourism events. Primarily, there's too large expenditure. I won't get into the details of it. We've got to make a decision on the large expenditure in planning, and then the decision made on the economic tourism events, and one in there that's another large one. And of course, the two committees are separate, and I wanted to address the larger one first when we go to this other one, respectful of ratepayers' funds, and in our view that we can do both, then we can do both. If it's in our view that, we better analyse further how do we come to this, or one gets postponed. That's the only reason. It's not a for or against idea. It's just that treating ratepayers' fund with respect, and I feel that that's the best way of doing it. If anyone's want me to do officially, I can raise another Merrill minute and go no objection. But I'd rather just ask verbally. Anyone got a problem with that being swapped around? Then we move on. Councillor Gates.
Apologies that I was late this morning, Mr Mayor. I just wanted to say that it makes sense for the reason that you've outlined to change the order, and if it makes no difference, I shouldn't imagine.
All right. It doesn't diminish the ability to debate any of the issues. Right, so we will go to confirmation of minutes. There's two. First one, the 810th, I think, minutes. Any correction there, councillors? It was held in 1st of November. No correction. Move adoption. Councillor Owen Jones, seconded Councillor Gates. Oh, hang on. Well, I don't mind minor. Let's do it.
No, 810.
We're doing 810.
810, page 9, you noted that I was at an event that I wasn't at.
Oh, did I?
Yep.
Well, can you?
And I
Can you-
didn't pick it up
Yeah.
earlier.
Well, you were there in spirit, weren't you?
Yep. I was there in spirit.
We'll make that change.
Thank you.
Subject to that change. Anyone speak against that? Yeah. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried, unanimous. Now the special meeting. Any corrections there, councillors? Move Councillor Gates, seconded Councillor Owen Jones. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, carry, unanimous. Gone. Where's Mayor's report? Okay. I appreciate that.
I got the first,
You've read
first
it
laugh
already.
for the day, Mr Mayor.
No, okay, I'll go pretty. I'll go quick, except for just the one that I want to talk a bit further. Melbourne Cup, yay, I didn't win. Was at the Gold Coast Turf Club. Next one, launch Southport Entertainment Precinct consultation, and I think that went extremely well. Hydrogen fuel cell coach bus coach launch, and so it's happening there. The next generation of buses. Potentially we can use perhaps this an east-west connection with the light rail. 2021 Safer Suburbs Awards presentation was our last meeting. Recognition to so many people that help make our city a better place, and the major award winner. Where did I put in here? Yes House, yes. And there's other award winners as well, right? Individual category, Kareem Barber. Not-for-profit, TMC, Thriving Multicultural Community. Project category, Youth Justice Co-Respondent Program. Business category, Virtual Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Materials Award, Wesley Mission Yes House. Thank them all for creating this wonderful awards. It's once every 2 years. And then citizenship, did 2 of those. We got another 800 new citizens. Always a pleasure to officiate that. Uncle John Graham was the Welcome to Country. And of course, we normally have our Blenders, Citizen Choir, and Harmony in Paradise. Remembrance Day commemoration, I attended Southport RSL, and I'm sure some of you went to all the other RSL to support our diggers. Meeting with Lord Mayor of Brisbane, Councillor Adrian Striner. We spoke about the 2032 Olympics. We talked about cooperation in maybe marketing international students together with Brisbane so that we pool our ideas and resource together. Perhaps we can get more students coming over. I cite an example, Chongqing, which is their sister city, and just an hour drive or 21 minutes by fast train is a city called Chengdu, which is our sister city. And if you ring around the two, it's around, I think, 35 million people. And I thought, well, why don't we don't mind if it's Chongqing or Chengdu, right? They can come to Brisbane or Gold Coast. So that's one of the projects I want to try to talk to the City of Brisbane about. And speaking and all that, he can speak as Lord Mayor. I'm happy to be second banana as long as we get, you know, so much Chinese students from that area. City Beaches Survey consultation launched, and I inspect the beach, our yearly one, letting everyone know that we're anyway, great fun. All right. Okay, Institute of Glycomics was good to go there. They raised quite a lot of money actually, and of course I bid on something I didn't need. Really good. A party for 100 people at the Pink Flamingo, and you know what? You're all invited. So I'll get the dates and we'll go and.
It is streaming, Mr. Mayor.
I don't know if, but you know, take it as you know, if you think by coming there with me you become my friend, you'll check with the city solicitor first. Thanks to the crash tackler, Jason. It was very inspiring, saw him on television, and we gave him a appreciate certificate. They're the kids, and and you know what? What a humble man. Does everything his wife wants him to do. Mayor's Christmas Carol launched, and this year it'll be on Saturday the 4th of December at the outdoor stage at Hotter, and Movie World, Looney Tunes, and all that's coming. Kate Miller Heike, the double barrel name, and Amy Im, right? That's another, Amy Im from Logan, she is, right? And so, but they're both world famous. They're both Eurovision. Yeah. So we got those, and if you miss out on that, well, you can tune into Channel 7. There's 1 hour special on Saturday the 11th. So I think that's really, really good. And you can see Councillor Gates next to Daphne. Daffy. Sorry.
And just like that, it happened.
Clark. Okay. Well, it was good. Sporting Hall of Fame. Gold Coast Sporting Awards. And we inducted Joel Parkinson and Mick Fanning into a Hall of Fame status. So it was done right here. Mick's overseas, so that's why he wasn't there in the picture. And the awards will be on 2nd of March 2022. So come along there and you'll see them probably get the award again. Broadwater Parklands play attraction. Councillor Patterson and I went there, and we started the work and sod turning. This is 6,000 square metres, $5 million upgrade, and the best part about it, I didn't say it on TV, but this is going to be one of the biggest parks. It's like a free theme park for everyone. Spiral Tower over 4 levels, water, sand, play area, equipment, all the modern, and car parks and thing. And the thing is, that's all on reclaimed land. We dug all that. We took all the sand out of the Broadwater and made all that. It was great. I think I told them, but anyway, and it was pretty good. And all the seagrass, we transplant that into other areas in the Broadwater, and apparently we should be in the Guinness Book World Record for transplanting the most seagrass in the world. So we are the greenest. We are the, some would say we are the greenest council in all the land. Even underwater. All right. Yesterday, the Premier's Women on Boards luncheon, and so I took. Oh, that's the. Gee, I went too far ahead, did I? Gold Coast Business Awards. Yeah, sorry about that. And the congratulations to Pivotal for winning the overall award. And I think 8 councillors were there. Councillor O'Neill, Pauline Young, Taylor, Tozer, Colwell, Bowden Lumsden, Owen Jones and Hamill. We missed you, Councillor Gates, but you'll be there next year. So there's 26, but boy, they do a good job. And Pivotal is a high technology company, and they're based in Southport. And Sahel Abidin was inducted into the Award Business Hall of Fame. So it was a fun night and all good. Right, the last one, the Premier's Women on Boards luncheon. So the Premier sent a message for me to +1 to bring someone who can be on executive board. So I thought, all right, I'll take our junior mayor, Kira Kay, and she did as well. She went up, say hello to everyone, photo with the Premier, Facebooked it already, and so you know, when you got high quality like that, and Gold Coast, and she said she wants to do commerce law. So there you go. Get in there, Cam. All right. So thank you, Councillor Owen Jones, for moving the motion to, what's the motion say? That we welcome and noted and keep bringing it on. Second to Councillor Gates. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. Unanimous. So here we go. Councillor O'Neill.
Mr Mayor, can I just mention, just before we go any forward, that Currumbin Wildlife Sanctuary won the Major Tourism Attraction Award at the Queensland Tourism Awards a week and a half ago. I think it's worth mentioning.
Oh yeah, could you add that in as well?
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, I just thought it's a great kudo. We had a couple of other wins. The Broadbeach Blues on Broadbeach also won a bronze. So I think, yeah, we're certainly
let's
getting
add
there.
that in with photos. Thank you for that. I view this as an ongoing history for our city, so that years to come they're going, what the hell did they do back in the days? At least they can read about it. Right, that's done. Mayor's report. Clarification? Anyone? Neil? Business arising from the minutes? Anyone? No? Anyone want to do a presentation? Neil? Conflict of interest. Councillor Borsa, you want to start one at a time there?
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. There are 3 that I'll be making today following advice from the City Solicitor. The first concerns a declarable conflict of interest, and it reads as follows. A reasonable person may form the view that I have an interest in participating in a decision to amend an approval for an unconstructed stage of Odyssey Lifestyle Community, a retirement and aged care facility where my grandparents reside. If we could just scroll to the bottom, the reason why I'm seeking to participate in the decision, which I would not ordinarily, is as follows. There are significant complexities with this stage of the development, including how it interfaces with neighbouring properties and addresses SEPTED concerns. These were managed through an additional development assessment process, but would need to be reinterrogated to secure the best possible community outcome, particularly for those external to the site. And just for my colleagues' information, the original development approval was considered by council prior to my grandparents even entertaining the prospect of moving into aged care. So the development was approved by council. They later made a decision that it was in their best interest to move into aged care. Just so happened to be at Odyssey, but there is an unconstructed stage that may change quite markedly from the original plans. So I want to be in a position to support the best possible community outcome by participating in the decision, but of course that's a matter for my colleagues here today.
Okay, Councillor Peter Young.
Mr Mayor, can I just pose a question, please?
Yeah, sure.
Through you to Councillor Vorster. Don't want to appear dumb, but given that we're publicly streaming this meeting, thought it might be best to vent this. So the applicant has now submitted new plans to modify part of a previous approval, and you're seeking council's consent to participate in discussions with the applicant and council officers, just to be clear. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, through you to Councillor Young, I received an email from the owner and developer, Mr Phil Usher, seeking a meeting with me to discuss plans to amend the unconstructed stage of the development. I then forwarded that email to the city solicitor, seeking to better understand whether that presented a prescribed interest or a declarable interest. The advice from the city solicitor to me was that there may be a perception issue and therefore a declarable conflict of interest may need to be declared, but it didn't meet the threshold of a prescribed conflict that would necessarily exclude me. From what I understand, the third stage, which immediately abuts a medium density development, was earmarked for a childcare centre, but is now proposed to include more of a mixed use development. And there are many sensitive receptors that adjoin that boundary. We've also had, this is talking to the original approval, we've also had issues with vandalism and drug use along fenced easements, particularly around the nearby Home and Lifestyle Centre, for example. And in an effort not to recreate the issues at the Home and Lifestyle Centre, certain conditions were placed on the first iteration of the development approval. I've got a community interest in making sure that none of those conditions and that approach to managing those safety issues are not wound back as we consider perhaps a different use for this portion of the site.
Okay. Right, procedural motion time. Anyone want to move procedural motion? Councillor Peter Young.
Mr Mayor, I'm satisfied that Councillor Vorster has the community intent as his sole objective or the community benefit, and I'm happy to move that Councillor Vorster may participate in discussions and the decision relating to this matter because of his knowledge of local issues and concerns, and they override any perception or real perceived or real benefit that might arise from his participation. Thank you.
Okay. Seconder, Councillor Pauline Young. Right, put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carry. Oh, you got to do.
I was just sort of focusing on that.
All right. I'll call the vote again. All in favour, show of hands.
Councillor Tate, Councillor Hamill, Councillor Owen Jones, Councillor Gates, Councillor Caldwell, Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Bar Lumsden, Councillor Lacastra, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Pauline Young, Councillor McDonald and Councillor O'Neill.
Against, and Councillor Vorster did not vote. Therefore, the motion carried. Okay, perceive or real, throw that in there. While they're doing that, Councillor Vorster, what do you got next?
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. If we could move on to the next item, as you say. I'm proposing to make a declarable conflict of interest declaration. It reads as follows. A reasonable person may form the view, I have an interest in participating in development decisions affecting the subject site, being what I understand to be 2,200 Gold Coast Highway, Miami. Tony Wilson has sought a meeting with me to discuss opportunities at the site. My wife, Melissa, has developed a friendship with Nikki Wilson, Tony's wife, through involvement at our children's school. So again, it's an example of a landowner seeking a meeting with me to brief me on potential plans for that site. but to address a potential public perception issue, I'm seeking to participate on the basis that the subject site may present a significant redevelopment opportunity with impacts on surrounding transport and community infrastructure. My insight as the chair of the Lifestyle and Community Committee and long-standing involvement in the Transport and Infrastructure Committee will help ensure future decisions are carefully and thoroughly considered, particularly at a strategic level. Besides, the relationship is remote and the declaration has been made to address potential perception issues alone. Mr. Mayor.
Questions? Councillor Peter Young.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, do you mind if I ask a question to the City Solicitor, please?
I will ask the question and I'll see if I send it across.
I'm just wondering if it would be a reasonable condition to add to permit Councillor Vorster's participation if he maintains contemporaneous notes of any of those meetings and discussions. Please.
Go ahead, City Solicitor.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, certainly if Council want to allow Councillor Vorster to participate in meetings, you can impose a condition, and imposing a condition to keep contemporaneous notes is appropriate. I just raised that Councillor Vorster is doing this declaration voluntarily, so in circumstances where the Local Government Act doesn't actually or wouldn't prevent him from participating in the matter.
All right. Procedural motion, anyone? Councillor Gates.
I'd be satisfied to move a procedural motion that Councillor Vorster does not have he's declared a perception, so that he may participate in discussions and the decision due to the remoteness of
the relationship.
Due to the remoteness of the relationship and the wider benefit, or the benefits to the wider community of Councillor Vorster's involvement.
Okay. Right, seconder, Councillor Caldwell. Anyone want to speak against? The motion to you on, face your hands.
Councillor Tate, Councillor Hamill, Councillor Owen, Councillor Owen Jones, Councillor Gates, Councillor Caldwell, Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Barr-Lumsden, Councillor Castro, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Pauline Young, Councillor McDonald and Councillor O'Neill.
Okay, against? Okay, Councillor Vorster did not vote. All right. Councillor Vorster, you want to have another crack?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I plainly appreciate the patience of everyone here today. I'm not quite sure that is a declaration that I'll be making.
Well.
So I had one concerning, so I beg your patience, Mr. Mayor. I did seek some advice from the City Solicitor on a number of potential declarations and conferred with the acting COO just before the meeting. I had the Highway Odyssey and sorry, I apologise, Mr. Mayor.
On this one, let me ask you this. Are we dealing with this matter either at this meeting or in between the next meeting? Because the next meeting is so short.
Sure.
So if you're not going to deal with it at all, perhaps you can declare it the next meeting.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate that offer. I actually sought advice on multiple matters from the City Solicitor on the issues with Bond University, of which there were two. I was comforted with the consistent advice that there's no need to make that declaration. So what you have on screen is a declaration that I don't intend making following advice from the City Solicitor. What I'm keen to just recall very briefly is whether there was an additional declaration that I'm failing to make now. If it doesn't come to mind, plainly it's not weighing on my thoughts, and I'll take the step of making it at the next council meeting, unless, Mr. Mayor, through you to the City Solicitor, she can perhaps recall any other DCOIs for which I sought advice besides the two relating to the university.
Go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, certainly not for this part of the council meeting. You may be thinking of the change to your declaration in relation to 72 Remembrance Drive, which we'll pick up in the committee. So that was the other matter you needed to deal with today.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. So through you to the City Solicitor, that may very well be the case, and I apologise for wasting everyone's time. But just on that, Mr Mayor, through you to the City Solicitor, in some advice that you circulated to us, there was a table with councillors and with suggested a suggested approach to managing.
Yeah, just pause it. Can you wait till that item, because I feel more comfortable with that I do the previous declare and leave the room. And then over to you. Right. Anyone else? Conflict of interest? Okay. Now we go to Transport Infrastructure Committee. Right. I call on Councillor Pauline Young.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that the report of the Transport and Infrastructure Committee meeting held on the 16th of November 2021, covered by recommendations 1 to 6, be received.
Seconder, Councillor Taylor. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Welcome, Director. Right, here we go. Councillors, any item you want to deal separately? Councillor Gates?
Just very briefly, 6.3, Mr Mayor, to thank the officers basically. That was the Gold Coast City Parking Plan, and at committee I raised the tone of the actual plan, and I was really happy to see that officers took that on board, and the new suggested wording has been distributed to us, and so thank you for your efforts.
Well, I hope we vote on it and they get to implement it. Councillor Owen Jones?
So I'm not too sure if we moved and are we voting?
No, just look. Don't need to speak further on.
I do want to speak further on in order to clarify some.
Okay, you want to move 6.1?
Happy to move it. But it's just to pick up on a recent mainstream media article, which I think got the rough end of the pineapple.
Just pause there. I'll just get the seconder. Councillor Gates, do you want to second that? Sure. Okay, so move Councillor Jones, second Councillor Gates, and it's the committee recommendation.
Yes, Mr Mayor.
Okay, so, over to you.
So, Mr Mayor, in addition to a whole heap of emails about a survey that isn't being taken place, I've also received emails in regards to the narrowing of car parking, and I don't think that was in any way the intent of the third part of the recommendation. Mm-hmm. I think the intent of the third part of the recommendation was to make sure, wherever possible, that the line marking in our off-street car parking in particular was appropriate and to Australian standard. So it wasn't about making narrow, skinny car parks to try to squeeze out an extra car park. It was about making sure that if we could get a car park by making sure that we complied with the Australian standards, we would. So I think that how it was reported was wrong, and I don't think it was the intent at all of the committee meeting, because the committee meeting was about trying to get the most value for possible from the very expensive thing, which is off-street car parking. So if we don't need to lay any more asphalt, and all we have to do is make sure the line marking is right, we may pick up 1, 2, 3 car spaces. That's all it was about.
Yeah. Thank you for that. Anyone speak against? Councillor Corwell.
I just wanted to support Councillor Owen Jones because I was contacted by one particularly important resident of Holywell this morning, and she raised with me the concerns about the narrowing of these car parks. We like to maintain the anonymity of our residents, but the concern was raised in relation to prams and the elderly and trying to get children in and out of cars and all that sort of thing. So I'm glad that we've clarified, and for those residents of Holywell who might be watching this at home on the live stream, I'm glad that Councillor Owen Jones was able to clarify that.
Yeah, I was a bit worried about skinnier car parks.
I'll close by saying I think the officers will do the right thing in regards to the request for a review of the line marking, and a happy wife is a happy life. Thank you.
Absolutely. Here. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Carry unanimous. So if you can keep me updated of the implementation, please, because we want. Right, any other items, councillors, separately? Councillor Pauline Young.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that the remaining recommendations of the Transport and Infrastructure Committee meeting be adopted.
Seconder, Councillor Taylor. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, carry, unanimous. Thank you, Director. We're going lifestyle. Councillor Vorster.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, I move that the report of the Lifestyle and Community Committee meeting held on the 16th of November 2021, covered by recommendations 1 through 10, be received. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Seconder, Councillor Bell and Lumsden. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carry. Any items, councillors, to be dealt separately? Councillor Pauline Young.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I would like to ask a couple of questions on item 7.2, which was on grey paper in close.
We've got to go to close.
If I could, please,
Okay.
Mr Mayor, that would be...
So I'd like to move into close. Commercial in confidence, is it?
Correct.
Commercial in confidence. Move, Councillor Gates. Seconder, Councillor O'Neill. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? The meeting is gone into close. Streaming off.
Adopted. Thank you.
Seconder, Councillor Bowden Lumsden. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Carry unanimous. Well done, Director.
Sorry, just procedure. I didn't vote in favour of Mr.
Oh, didn't you? All right. Supermajority against Councillor Peter Young. Hey?
It wasn't a supermajority against Peter Young.
No, I said this carries supermajority, and there's a negative vote by Peter Young. Am I right?
Okay. No.
Are we good? Hey, I can put that again. Put a motion to you. Division, all in favour, show of hands.
Councillor Tate, Councillor Hamill, Councillor Jones, Councillor Gates, Councillor Caldwell, Councillor Patterson. This.
Parkland.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Councillor Butt.
Yeah? Yeah,
Councillor
all of them.
Councillor Lumsden, Councillor Castro, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Vorster, Councillor Pauline Young, Councillor McDonald and Councillor O'Neill.
Against?
Councillor Peter Young.
Supermajority. What's his name? Can't remember now.
Remember him.
All right. Supermajority. Very good. Okay.
And buffers.
No more lifestyle, so we now go to water. Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, I move that the report of the Water, Waste and Energy Committee meeting held on 17th of November 2021, covered by recommendations 1 to 7, be received.
Okay. And second, Councillor Hamill. Put the motion to you. All in hey? Oh, this is accepting the minutes, isn't it? Oh, you can change the minutes? Yep, okay.
Sorry, Mr Mayor.
Minutes needs to be fixed. Yeah, I wrote down here.
If we could please, Mr Mayor, so I put a declarable conflict in regards to item 7.1.
Yep.
Just appears that we might have muddled something up in that there shouldn't be anything listed in the reasons why I'm participating because I actually left the room.
Oh, okay.
So we're going to adjust that in the minutes and then when
Then we can move on.
I'll come to that item separately and put a different declaration in now.
Okay. But as far as correction of the minutes concerned,
Yep.
we corrected that you left the room. All right, now
Sorry,
we'll move on.
Mr Mayor, that I left the room and that there shouldn't be any reason listed why I participated, which is currently showing in the minutes.
Okay. We got that. So I'll put the motion to you again. We're accepting the minutes with that amendment. Move Councillor O'Neill, second to Councillor Hamill. You want a second or? Good. All in favour? Against? Motion carried. Rightio. Anyone want to do any items separately? Councillor Hamill.
Mr Mayor, 7.1, so an updated conflict of interest can be put in, which would be the one I'm using from here on in for this particular matter, which the minutes secretary should have.
Everyone's blessing you.
Mr Mayor, so just quickly, if we wouldn't mind, so I think just in the matter description, if we can remove, if I'm going to be using this going forward, City Solicitor, can we remove the word amendment just so it covers that matter moving forward? Or does it have to be amendment on this one and then change it in the future?
Sheree?
Through you, Mr Mayor, the declaration as it's drafted does just relate to this particular matter. If you're wanting to put in place a general declaration for all circumstances where this matter comes up, that I'd suggest we do a new declaration that be done at the start of the council meeting, the next meeting.
Mr Mayor, that's fine. So I'll move this one today and then next full council meeting I might put a separate one in to clean it up.
All right, so that's there. This was moved before or not?
The wording is the same. The wording is nearly the same as it was in the committee meeting, Mr Mayor, just with a couple adjustments made in consultation with the City Solicitor.
Okay. All right, procedural motion.
So I'll be leaving the room, Mr
you're
Mayor,
leaving?
every time this matter comes up.
All right.
Thank you.
We'll deal with this item straight away if you leave. Councillor Neil, like to move?
Happy to move it, thanks, Mr Mayor.
Move the committee seconder, Councillor Peter Young. You want to speak for?
No, thanks. Mr.
Anyone speak against? Anyone interested? Absolutely. Is this one of the biggest contracts in the city? Rightio.
Smaller than asphalt, though.
All in favour, show of hands. Against? Carry unanimous. Right. Could you ask Councillor Hamill to return? Okay, councillors, any other items you wish to deal separately? Councillor O'Neill?
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I move that the remaining recommendations of the Water, Waste and Energy Committee be adopted.
Seconder, Councillor Hamill, put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Carry unanimous. Thank you, Director. We now go to planning and environment. Councillor Corwell.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I move that the report of the Planning and Environment Committee meeting held on the 18th of November 2021, covered by recommendations 1 to 14, be received.
Seconder, Councillor Gates. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion.
I have a correction.
Oh, there's a correction. All right.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. On page 10 of the minutes, it refers to a declaration that I made, and there is an amount missing of $2,500, Mr Mayor, in 2015 on page 10 of the minutes.
Okay.
So it should be 11th of the 11th 14, $2,500 donation from Sunland, and 11th of the 9th 2015, $2,500 donation. And
From Sunland as well?
From Sunland, yes.
Okay, so two donations
Yeah.
of 2.5. All right.
Mr Mayor, can I just make a comment in regard to this? The minutes didn't arrive until 9:30 this morning, and I understand it's because of the new system that we're using that I've separately discussed with Mr McKay, but the minute secretaries are having awful trouble with the formatting, and we need to do something so that we can be sure that we have an opportunity to read the minutes prior to coming and endorsing the results, because it's very, very important that they are correct. So I don't know what we need to do to help that situation.
Yep. Our acting CEO is sorting it out.
Thank you.
All right. All right then. So we'll move with that amendment. You got further, Councillor Vorster?
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, to you, or perhaps through you to the Acting Chief Executive Officer. On page 117 of the minutes, thanks Councillor Tozer, there is a heading that reads 8.1 Southport Suburbs. Reads motion, moved by Councillor Vorster, but there was no seconder listed. And ultimately, then there's a record of that motion being lost. Now, Mr Mayor, my understanding is that if you don't have a seconder, you don't have a motion, and if you don't have a motion, you don't have an outcome. And my recollection of the meeting was that Councillor Patterson put forward a suggestion, which I supported in principle, but ultimately it didn't progress to a formal debate, and there was some agreement that Councillor Patterson would take a fresh approach to try and deal with the issue. So, Mr Mayor, my question through you to the Acting Chief Executive Officer, or perhaps to the Director, is should that 8.1 have been recorded in the minutes, or was that recorded in the minutes in error?
I think maybe did you move it?
Mr Mayor, I actually moved it, and it did lapse for want of a seconder.
So we can put in the motion was lapsed?
Yeah, yes.
Not lapsed.
But it should be my name recorded, not Councillor Vorster.
Okay. So with that amendment, Mr CEO, if you could move Councillor Corwell, the motion was lapsed. Yeah. All right. So in that correction, we'll adopt the minutes. Okay. Is everyone right? Someone had to move on that? 115, yeah. Yeah, I couldn't see 117, but you got me. 115. Okay. Move, Councillor Gates. Second to Councillor Caldwell. Adoption of the minutes. All in favour, show of hands. Against. Motion carried. Right. Councillor Caldwell, what do you think? Are we just going to go down one
well,
at a time?
Mr. Mayor, perhaps we could deal with 6.1, then 6.3 and 6.4. Councillor Gates needs to leave the room for all of those three matters. So if we deal, and I don't think there's any reason for us to revisit 6.2, but just for this, but we could come back to that.
So you're saying
So if we could move to 6.1 so that Councillor Gates could leave the room.
but you might as well declare on the other two and stay out.
Yes, and 6.3, and then once we get to 6.4, Councillor Owen-Jones can add his and then perhaps leave as well.
But have you got declaration for 6.4, Councillor Gates?
I'm fine. Yes, Mr. Mayor. I can make my declarations.
Yeah, okay. I'll come to you then.
Okay. Right now?
Yep.
Okay, Mr. Mayor. I'll be leaving the room for 6.1, which is the Skyridge estate, due to the receipt of donations from one of the consultants, and the record of my declaration is there from City Planning. And in 6.3, Mr. Mayor, the same consultant is working on the project at Balinga.
Okay.
So I've made that one. They're both prescribed conflicts of interest that require me to leave the room, but in relation to item 6.4, Mr. Mayor, I'm deciding voluntarily to leave the room because of receipt of donations that I mentioned earlier from Sunland in both 2014 and 2015. So I'll remain...
So we'll deal with 6.1, 3 and 4 before you come back in, okay?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
And then, Mr. Mayor, I think Councillor Tozer in relation to 6.1.
Councillor Tozer, what's you
I have a
leaving the
standard
room?
declaration that I make on matters pertaining to this application when they come before council, but on this occasion, for the sake of brevity, I will voluntarily decide to leave the room and while you deal with the
And
matter.
that's 6.1, yeah?
6.1 only, yeah.
Okay. All right, we'll get you back in after that.
Do you want me to make that declaration, or are you happy to have the
No,
standard
you've
wording?
got it, haven't you? No, you've got it.
Mr. Ross Atkins? Yeah, it's a declarable conflict, not a prescribed interest, but just for the sake of brevity,
Okay.
it's a very simple referral to the state.
So, all right, sounds good. So,
you-
Councillor, what
you
we'll
want me to
do...
leave?
Yes, please, thank you. And I'll call you back in at 6.2, right? Councillor Jones, you got 6.4.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
I won't deal with it yet. I'll just do...
I thought if we were at 6.1, I was happy to move it because I moved it to the committee.
Okay, move one. Second to Councillor Caldwell. Anyone want to speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, hands. Against? No. Sold. Motion carried. Could you ask, thank you, Councillor Peter Young, ask Councillor Tozer to return. Okay, we're going to go to 6.3, right? And councillors, is there anyone else got declaration on 6.3? Okay, who moved it in the committee at 6.3? Can anyone move? Councillor Caldwell, seconder. Councillor Hamill, you want to speak further on that? No? Anyone speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carries. So 6.3 is done. We go to 6.4. Councillor Owen-Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's the same declaration that I made at committee. It's in regards to a donation received from Sunland, and I'll be leaving the room.
Leave the room, okay. Councillor Caldwell, would you move the committee recommendation?
I am, Mr. Mayor.
Seconder. Councillor Tozer, thank you.
I'll just speak to it briefly, Mr. Mayor, only just to say that the matter received some attention at committee because this was an additional request for height on top of a previously code accessible development that had been approved, and committee did some work to refine the upper stories floor plate in order to try and mitigate what we perceive to be some height impacts visually in behind the tree line at what is a very prominent part of the city. So on that basis, I think we were happy to support the additional couple of levels.
Okay. Anyone speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Rightio. Could you ask, thank you, Councillor Toes, could you ask Councillor Owen Jones and Councillor Gates to come back in? And Councillor Caldwell, do I go to 6.2?
Mr Mayor, I think it probably can be adopted at the end unless Councillor Owen Jones or Councillor Peter Young wanted to particularly pull it out.
Okay,
So
I'll leave it in. Okay.
So unless there was any others that required...
We'll just go down. Any declaration on 6.5? We'll leave it there.
So the next one I think in order, Mr Mayor, is 6.6. And if we could deal with that next, I have a proposed motion on that one.
I come to you at 6.6.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, this matter had been effectively deferred for full council to consider. We received a presentation from, in fact, I might just move the...
I'm so sorry, Mr Mayor. Just jumping up so Councillor Young can get your attention.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, Mr Mayor, I actually made a declaration on this item and then was seeking permission to remain in the room and vote on the matter. So,
Okay, we better do that.
My apologies, Mr Mayor, I didn't have that on those notes.
okay.
Okay, well,
Sorry.
get it up on the screen. Before we go, look, does anyone want a 10-minute break? Stretch your legs while you're doing that.
Yeah.
Let's come back at 11:28.
I'll say 11:34.
Ah,
Is it?
it's your birthday.
I tell you what, Alicia, I'll do all the heavy lifting regarding it, okay? And in fact, Mr Mayor, I apologise, it's not her birthday, it's the start of her birthday week.
The whole week.
How much money are we going to allocate for that?
Who mucks around with my screen? Like, I said to where, eh?
No one touched it.
Like,
What do you want it at?
no, in other words, it's a meeting screen and I don't want to change, you know? That screen, you see? But,
I don't know.
all right.
See anyone come up?
Okay, let's get into it. All right, for those who, for matter of record, the declaration at 6.1 is on the screen. And Councillor Gates, can you talk us through that?
Mr Mayor, I'm sorry, but it would appear that the declaration that I had made at planning did not make the screen prior to my leaving the room. And so in order to comply with the Local Government Act, thank you for bringing it back up so that I could make a full disclosure that I had a prescribed conflict of interest in relation to donations from Arcadis and Mitchell Bray, who's an employee. But in addition to that, I had a donation from UPS, which was a declarable conflict. But quite clearly, because of the prescribed conflict, I was leaving the room. But I just wanted to more fully explain that those conflicts didn't appear on the screen prior to leaving, which is not in line with the regulation.
Okay, and now it's on the screen.
It's on the screen and the matter's been
keep
decided.
reading it.
Thank you, Mr Mayor.
All right, and the second one on 6.1, Councillor Tozer, did you have a...
I did. I don't believe mine made the screen either by the time.
Okay, could you get Councillor Tozer? There it is it? Okay.
That is the declaration, and as I said before,
No, it's on the screen
for the
there.
sake of brevity, it was dealt with in a couple of seconds. I'll leave the room and you guys can get on with your business.
Yeah, no, we've
You're
done
going to
it.
leave now?
We've dealt with it. What I'm saying
So we
is-
don't have to resolve it again?
No, we
Okay.
basically just wanted to, for those who are interested at home, can pause the screen and read it and
Of course.
file it and
be excited
enjoy
about
it and all that. Councillor Jones.
Mr Mayor, I was listening to the City Solicitor before and she said that mine also didn't hit the screen, so if you could show that up, I'd appreciate
Yeah,
it.
let's do Councillor Jones next. That's Councillor Gates there.
It was 6.4.
Item 6.4
in regards to Sunland. I will listen to the City Solicitor. I will listen to the City Solicitor.
Look at that. Change application. Okay. All right. All right. Okay, and where were we, Councillor Caldwell?
Mr Mayor, we were at 6.6.
You're going to do an amended, are you?
Yes. And we were just going to deal with that matter separately, and Councillor Pauline Young was going to make a declaration.
That's correct. Councillor Young, let's put yours on the screen. Should I throw it to a commercial break?
Commercial and confidence break.
6,
6.
please and thank you.
Is there something urgent, Councillor Forster? Or can I deal with Councillor Pauline Young first?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. It was merely to say that I would be happy to move the same procedural motion at committee when the time is right.
Okay. No, let's get it on the screen first.
Yep.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and I made a declarable conflict of interest with item 6.6 as a related entity that I control owns commercial property in James Street in Burleigh Heads, and James Street was mentioned in the report on a couple of occasions, and it was pointed out to me. I'm seeking permission to participate in making a decision about this matter and being able to stay in the room.
Councillor Vorster, procedural motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I just think it's important just to read this out because it's an important distinction to make. Mr. Mayor, I move a procedural motion that reads as follows: that Councillor Pauline Young may participate in the decision despite the Councillor's conflict of interest, because Councillor Pauline Young has voluntarily made a declaration to address a public perception issue raised during the course of discussion, but that interest between the Trust and the outcome of the development application is far too remote for a reasonable person to infer that the public interest may be in conflict with the interest of the Trust. Really want to put that on the record, Mr. Mayor, because we need to be consistent, and this limits the public perception issue to this matter alone. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Caldwell. Second the motion. Anyone speak against it? All in favour, show hands.
Councillor Tate, Councillor Hamill, Councillor Jones, Councillor Gates, Councillor Caldwell, Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Barr-Lumsden, Councillor Castro, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Vorster, Councillor McDonald and Councillor O'Neill.
Councillor against? Councillor Pauline Young did not vote. Motion carried. Any other declaration on this item? Back to Councillor Caldwell.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And we're talking about a application in Burleigh, which the Minutes Secretary should have a proposed motion, which is for one of refusal. And if I have a seconder from Councillor McDonald.
Councillor McDonald.
I'll speak to it. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. This matter at committee received, the councillors received the benefit of a presentation from council officers, and look, it was a very difficult matter because I think the course of action of taking issuing a refusal is probably our least preferred option. But the advice from the council officers is that in order to address the issues that were raised, which were multifaceted, it wouldn't be possible for us to condition those changes in an approval sense. So on that basis, there's a number of reasons that have been set out which relate to the setbacks, the site coverage, the density, and a number of other issues in relation to the way that the building interfaces. As I said, it's a regrettable and unpreferred step for us to take, but I think our hands are tied in this particular instance because of the nature of the planning process, that it wouldn't be possible for us to condition the changes that are required. So on that basis, and in consultation with the local council, Councillor McDonald, I'm putting forward this motion today, which I'm hoping will send a message to the applicant that they can and should address the concerns that have been raised, and down the track we expect that some form of development will be needing to be approved on this particular site, but it needs to address some of the public realm considerations, landscaping and the setback and site cover concerns that were raised at committee, and I'm sure the applicant will have heard those concerns and at some point in the future be able to address them for us.
Okay. Councillor, anyone want to speak against the motion? Councillor Gates.
Mr. Mayor, I don't specifically want to speak against it, but I would like to ask a question, if you don't mind, of the officers.
And the question is?
The question that I want to ask is whether the council officers provided direct guidance to the applicant during the assessment period, making the suggestion that changes were made, because this is a code assessable application and it's most unusual for us to refuse a code assessable application. So I want to know if the issues that have been raised by councillors were ever addressed between the officers and the applicant during the assessment process.
Mick, oh yeah.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Gates, there certainly was a number of changes that were addressed by the applicant during the assessment process, and Mick will be able to go into any further detail.
Mick?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. through the application process, the officers did negotiate with the developer and their planning consultant. So the main area where we did effect a change was the setback to the northern boundary. At the moment, as currently proposed, that's about 4 metres down to a pinch point of 3.7, I think it is. But the officers, in their view, were comfortable with the setbacks to the southern boundary, primarily because that the impacts associated with it are limited to that road reserve area. So in answer to your question, yes, we did work with the applicant. There were some changes to the northern boundary, but the southern boundary was considered appropriate by the officers.
Okay. Anyone want to speak against the motion? Back to Councillor Caldwell.
That's fine. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Division's call.
Councillor Tate, Councillor Hamill, Councillor Jones, Councillor Caldwell, Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Patterson, Arthur Lumpson, Councillor Lacastra, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Forster, Councillor McDonald and Councillor O'Neill.
Against?
Councillor Gates and Councillor Pauline Young.
Motion carried. Councillor Caldwell, where do you want me to go next?
Mr. Mayor, I think we can probably move, unless there's something in the sixes, then I have declarations on 7.1.
Okay, well, how about we talk about the sixes? Yep. Any other 6 items anyone want to raise? Councillor Peter Young.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In committee, dealing with item 6.2, which is Gaven Arterial Road, Maudslin, I did draw to the attention of committee that my property is identified on one of the maps shown in the report. It wasn't considered to be a concern of the councillors' committee, but I'm just, for the sake of transparency, alerting you to that now. Thank you.
All right, everyone get that? Okay. Rightio. Councillor Caldwell, can you move the items that in 6s that hasn't been dealt with altogether? That is 6.2, 5, 7,
8.
Where's the other? Yeah.
9 and 10. I'm happy to move those ones with the 6s, which should then leave, just for complete clarity,
Seconder?
7.1 and 7.2.
Yeah, seconder, we're moving all the 6s. Councillor Peter Young, seconder. Everyone get that? It's all the balances of 6s. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried, unanimous. So we now go to 7s, which, give me a second. Where's mine, Joe? Over here, is it? Oh, no, here. All good. So 7s we are. 7.1, I guess. Anyone in 7.1? Councillor Gates?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At committee, I made a declarable conflict of interest in relation to 7.1, where a consultant to the appeal was a donor to me in 3 subsequent years. Well, not subsequent, but anyway, 2011, $1,410, 23rd of October 14, $1,850, and the 10th of the 11th, 16, $1,850, which was refunded in full. And Mr. Mayor, I sought permission at planning to participate in making a decision about the matter, and that was supported, but it now needs to go to my colleagues for consideration.
Procedural motion there. Who moved it? And moved Councillor Pauline Young. Who seconded? Doesn't matter. Councillor Tozer. Can you read out the motion there, Councillor Pauline Young?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That Councillor Gates may participate in the decision despite the councillor's conflict of interest because of the time that has elapsed from the time of the donations, and that it is a consultant to the project only.
Anyone want to speak against that? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands.
Councillor Tate, Councillor Hamill, Councillor Jones, Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Barr-Lumsden, Councillor Castro, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Pauline Young, Councillor McDonald and Councillor O'Neill.
Against? Motion carry. Councillor Gates did not vote. You're staying in. Huh? Oh, you didn't vote either. Okay.
And neither did I.
And Councillor Foster didn't either, but it's carried. We all got that? Okay. I'm a bit quicker than the computer today, so I'll just better go down a gear. Well, let's go straight to that. Which one do I got to leave the room for? Okay. So 7.1, Councillor Caldwell.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. So I need to leave for 7.1 and 7.2, so I'll make both of those declarations on the record now if that suits you, and then depart. So in relation to item 7.1, I received a donation on the 6th of March 2020 in the sum of $5,000 from a company that is associated with the applicant, landowner of this particular matter, and on that basis I will be leaving the room as a prescribed conflict of interest. In relation to 7.2, I received a donation from an entity associated with the landowners of the particular property that's being considered in that report. It is a declarable conflict of interest, having received $2,000 on the 5th of June 2015. However, I will be taking the step of voluntarily leaving the room for that matter as well.
Okay. And you'll come back in after 7.2, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Anyone else has got to declare? Councillor Worcester?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I have a declaration to make concerning item 7.1. It's a declaration that I've made consistently on this matter. My brother is a supplier to the applicant and may stand to gain a commercial benefit following the council decision. I've taken the step of excluding myself from the decision-making process and will leave the room.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anyone else for declaration 7.1? Okay. On this 7.1, Councillor Gates, you want to move anything there since you're a deputy?
Yeah, that's fine. Happy to move it, Mr. Mayor.
Move. Seconder, Councillor Hamill. Anyone want to speak against it? Councillor Gates, you want to close the debate?
It's fine, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. 7.2.
Mr. Mayor, can you just indicate that I voted in the positive on that one, please?
Yes, Councillor Gate voted in the positive. Okay, so we now go to 7.2.
Correct.
Anyone else got declaration on 7.2 and wish to stay in? No? Councillor, I've got some question. No, they're staying out for 7.2. Yeah. Unless I'm wrong. Anyone?
Councillor Vorster's in for 7.2.
Oh, Councillor Vorster. Beg your pardon. Mick's got it. Well, because my questions is commercial and confidence, I'd like to move just briefly into close. And it's legal as well, right? Was it prejudicial, was it, the word? That'll do. Councillor, I move, we go into close. Commercial and confidence. Second to anyone? Councillor Hamill, put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Opposed?
Sorry. Oh,
Against? Motion carried. We're live now. All right. Councillors, in the close, there's some clarity there. And with this motion in front of us, I think Councillor Gates, you want to move that motion, or what's the story?
Certainly, Mr Mayor, and if we could just put a capital S on state and a capital G on government and a capital C on cities, that will keep both Councillor Patterson and myself very happy.
Can we put a capital K on koala?
No. And the last line city.
No, that one should be a low C.
Which one?
The last one you don't change. That's
Okay.
all good.
Stand corrected.
Seconder, Councillor Jones? Yeah. All right.
Thank you. So moved, Mr Mayor.
Move, Councillor Gates. Seconder, Councillor Owen Jones. All right. Okay. That's good. Okay. Councillor Gates, you want to speak on that?
Mr Mayor, briefly, because it is a closed session item, but I think very clearly this council is intent on protecting the existing koala habitat that we have, especially the East Coomera population. And there's a lot of work that's been done in the space, and this recommendation today indicates our resolve to keep moving forward solidly and to make sure that we, as representatives, deliver for the future generations of our city land that can sustain the koala habitat.
Anyone speak against? Do you want to speak some more, Councillor Jones?
Thank you, Peter.
Steadfast resolve, Mr Mayor. So, look, it's one of the most important decisions that I think that this council will do, and it's one that we're carrying on a whole body of work that's gone before us. So, I think that it's critical that we actually continue the path, Mr Mayor.
Okay. Debate's closed, councillors. Put the motion to you. Division. All in favour, show of hands.
Councillor Tate, Councillor Hamill, Councillor Owen Jones, Councillor Gates, Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Bell-Lumsden, Councillor Castro, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Vorster, Councillor Pauline Young, Councillor McDonald and Councillor O'Neill.
Against? Okay, unanimous. Could you ask Councillor Corwell to return? All right. Well, can we do 8.1? Is there 8.1 we can do it? Eh?
8.2, Mr Mayor.
8.2 proposed new standard condition. Is that going to be a quick one? Move, Councillor Vorster, seconder. Councillor Caldwell. Anyone speak against? You want to close?
That would be putting the cart before the horse. Thank
There
Mr.
you
Mayor.
go. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. Councillor Caldwell, there's nothing else here, right?
No, I think that deals with all of the matters, and I highly recommend the Thai lunch to everyone. It's excellent.
Oh, all right. Just before we'll adjourn. Spokesperson for that last item. I still like you to do it, you know, from day one, or do you rather Councillor Gates to do it?
I don't think I should,
Okay.
so I'm happy to defer to...
Yeah. No, I'll go to Councillor Gates. You know all about that one. We good? Lunchtime, streaming off. See you. I recognise there's a quorum, and thank you. So Councillor Caldwell, we're finished with planning, just checking with you. Okay, we now go to economic, tourism and events. Councillor Castro.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move the report of the Economy, Tourism and Events committee meeting held on the 17th of November 2021 and covered by recommendations 1 to 4 and ask that they be received.
Second to Councillor Tozer. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Against? No, for. Against?
Not against minutes, Mr Mayor.
Motion carried. You want to... What are we up to? Councillor Tozer.
Mr Mayor, I believe there might be some conflicts or to declare for 7.2, but at the committee we discussed at length 7.2 and I wanted to, as I did at committee, move that committee recommendation. Okay. We'll go for 7.2 first.
Yeah, I'm happy to do that. Okay. Happy to second it, Mr Mayor.
Second, Councillor Lacastro.
Sorry, Mr Mayor, I have to leave the room before there's any...
We'll do that.
Oh, yes, of course.
So just in abeyance, there's no debates or anything like that started. Decorations.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. In relation to item 7.2, the Bleach Festival forward funding, in 2016 I received a donation from Hickey Management and the chairman of Placemakers is Tony Hickey, and in that case I'm going to leave the room and not participate in the decision relating to the matter.
Okay. Anyone else? Decorations? Good, okay. Councillor Tozer?
Oh, thank you, Mr Mayor.
Is a close item, is it?
I'm not going to speak about anything that is confidential other than what's in the information tabled at this stage.
Just a second. Councillor Bell?
We can, if there is questions that need to be enclosed, I'm happy to...
I second it.
Yeah, it was seconded by Councillor Castro.
You got a question, have you?
Yes, Mr. I've got questions.
Okay, all right. You don't want to hear the opening thing because it might answer your question.
Happy to, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Our committee, we explored at length the desire for the city to have a robust and strong cultural festival. And for a number of years now, I think 10 now, we've had the Bleach Festival doing that. And it's gone through fluctuating funding models at different times. Some, some that have been quite large, like the year that we had the Commonwealth Games, which was quite a big program. And I think during that season, we were really proud to see how that particular year's festival went and how people of our city embraced the different programs and performances that happened throughout the city. At committee, when we discussed that, it seemed like the nature of that festival, something we can all get behind and be proud of, was something that we hope for in the future. And if we are deadly serious as a city about growing our city's cultural momentum both here and its reputation abroad, a cultural festival is centrally important to that plan. Mr Mayor, there are a number of other festivals other cities have. The Sydney Festival, the Brisbane Festival, there's a festival in Perth. There's two festivals that are perhaps considered comparable to ours a little in the Darwin Festival and 10 Days on the Island, which is 10 Days on the Island is held in Tasmania. It's held in 3 cities. And when we took a look at these other festivals and compared our aspirations for the Gold Coast Cultural Festival, it'd be fair to say there was some comparison where we wanted to place ourselves in some competitive tension with those. We're in that competitive tension regardless, but we wanted to make sure that our city was as committed to its festival as those other places are committed to their festival. And part of that is why the committee recommendation is worded and is framed the way that it is. The committee recommendation outlines at 3B, actually there's a typo on page 10, I'm realising, that I've just seen, where the words expiring 2026 and a division was called. So I'm not sure that is a typo. That's not the the words "a division" was called. I think just the words "a division" was called. I don't believe are part of the motion. So I think that's just a typo in the.
Okay. Well,
but at 3D,
I don't think it matters. This is your motion now.
Of course it is, yeah. Mr. Mayor, at 3D, we talked about a 4-year agreement that articulates funding that escalates fractionally year on year. And the reason that we proposed that was because we want to see our city's cultural festival grow towards 2032 when our region hosts the Olympic Games. And we believe that if we can take strong steps towards that long-term agreement with a cultural festival now, we will be in a strong position to advocate for lots of activity outside of the core activities and make sure that we, throughout that whole year of the Olympics, have a festival that has grown over time. Not only that, I think that this escalating funding puts us in a competitive position with some of those other festivals that are in competitive tension with our own, and enables us to not just deliver a great economic impact, but also grow the cultural impact of practitioners from the Gold Coast who are seeking to have their productions produced elsewhere, which again raises the Gold Coast reputation and also generates revenue, but also make sure that we can attract practitioners from other places to the Gold Coast, and that enables our industry to network with other places. That'll grow our industry and also grow our reputation in other places, and that's actually what we're hoping to achieve by the Cultural Festival. So that summarises the committee recommendation. I hope that our colleagues will support it, and I'll now leave it to some questions or other matters.
Yep, Councillor Bowden-Lumsden.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had questions. I think we may need to go into close for the questions, though, because they relate to items of the report.
All right. You want to move to close?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
And the reason is confidential?
I believe so. Something. Whatever. Negotiations relating to a commercial matter involving the local government.
Beautiful. Seconder, Councillor Owen Jones. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carry. Streaming off. We're live. Welcome
Ready
back,
to go?
viewers. Councillor
All right.
Tozer, can you continue on with your speech, please?
Of course, Mr. Mayor. In close, we've had some questions and answers that relate to some of the commercial elements of our agreement or proposed agreement with Bleach, and also dealt with some of the KPIs. Some of the things that are quite appropriate for them to be remaining in confidence. But one of the things that was raised in close actually relates to some of the way that local Gold Coast artists have leveraged our festival right here on the Gold Coast to expand their footprint in other places. And I want to give 3 examples as part of that in my opening remarks. One of them is Throttle. Throttle was a nighttime event held at the Mudgeerbar Showgrounds and has gone on to multiple seasons at other festivals around Australia. And that has been really quite a wonderful premiere that happened at the Bleach Festival that has now been experienced by people and people all around Australia at different festivals. The other is the inaugural Dance Affair. I remember the inaugural Dance Affair was held at the Tugun Progress Hall and was a wonderful event where people came together with old and young, but and it was quite successful and sold out at the Bleach Festival, but it's gone on to 10 more seasons at festivals at other places around Australia. And it has been, the brainchild of Kate Baggerson, formerly Kate McDonald, and she's taken that idea and turned that into her own arts business called Everybody Now, which is now one of the recipients of our triennial funding for the arts. So that's been a really exciting one too. The last one I wanted to mention in the 3 examples of arts product that's come out of the Gold Coast and particularly out of the Bleach Festival that has now gone into other places is Chirikai. And Chirikai was a story about an Indigenous lifesaver who worked on the Gold Coast beaches. And it was really well received here on the Gold Coast. But the following year I saw it at the Woodford Folk Festival, which is the largest folk festival in Australia, and 100,000 people turned up to that thing in the Sunshine Coast hinterland. And Sunshine Coast heard all about this Gold Coast Indigenous lifesaver, and that was wonderful. But then that festival, that product, that arts product that went to the Woodford Folk Festival also went to the Sydney Opera House. And the story of this Gold Coast Indigenous lifesaver that started right here at the Bleach Festival went on to these other places. And it's examples just like that that I want to see more of. And that's why I've recommended boldly to have escalating funding, because I think not only has the Bleach curatorial team been able to produce great successes that have gone on to success elsewhere, but those stories have been kind of uniquely Gold Coast and had a uniquely Gold Coast feel, and every other person that's seen them has not only loved them, but it's helped local practitioners derive an income from the arts elsewhere, not just right here. So I do hope that we ultimately support this motion before us, and that closes my opening remarks.
Okay. Against, Councillor Owen Jones.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I'm not going to propose an alternate motion because I don't think that there is support for it in the room, but I would like to speak against the committee recommendation because whilst I'm very supportive of Bleach and at committee, there was a threshold question, which was, does the city want to support Bleach? And I think the answer collectively is yes. I can't bring myself to support an escalation of the funding through a long-term agreement, given the fact that we know that the last 2 festivals have been put on ice for circumstances well out of the control of the organisers, being COVID. But Mr Mayor, just like this room, there are 4 elected representatives who are new councillors who haven't seen what Bleach looks like. There's a whole generation of Gold Coasters that haven't seen necessarily what Bleach looks like, and I can't bring myself to support at this point in time the idea of increasing the funding and locking in a long-term arrangement. I fully appreciate the fact that we've got 2032 and the Olympics and the co-hosting of that with Brisbane, and that there will be a need for the city to be involved in this space. But Councillor Tozer has used the phrase of escalating funding, and that can only be funded by one place, and that's escalating rates. And that's a deep concern of mine, Mr Mayor, and at this point in time, I would have much preferred to see a little bit later in the recommendation there is a top-up of some $400,000 to the next year's Bleach funding, which clearly replaces corporate funding that may have originally been the plan 3 or so years ago when we set that scale for funding. Mr Mayor, I see us needing to keep the Bleach management and delivery on a relatively short I'm going to say leash, because I think they need to prove themselves again, even though that they've had 8 or so years of operations. I think that we are in uncharted waters in regards to what a post-COVID Gold Coast might look like. So I was interested in topping up the funding for next year and interested in securing a level of funding for the year after that. But I think at that point in time we should have been able to pause and then negotiate a longer term contract. So that's the reasons why I won't be supporting the motion as it stands today, Mr Mayor.
Okay. Much discussion in closed. I think it's appropriate we can go straight to closed with Councillor Tozer.
I think we're in open, Mr Mayor.
Yeah, I know. Well, there were much discussion during closed, and I mean, if I go back to you and to close the debate. No, close the debate, and we'll. I think you got more information than go ahead.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I think the motion speaks for itself, and my opening remarks were pretty clear, but I think this graph is quite important, and there's nothing secret about it. Even though it is marked confidential, there is actually nothing confidential on this, so I'm quite confident that I can show this. And this shows us where we fit in the broader context of festival funding across Australia. And I think we want to be bold. I think we want to be competitive. I think we want to have a festival that over the coming 4 years shows the world and the rest of Australia that we're serious about arts and culture. And this motion and this funding model does do that. I hope that councillors do support this 4-year agreement. It's essential to help artist practitioners from the Gold Coast create wonderful productions like Throttle, like the inaugural Dance Affair, and like Chirikai, and that gives them a certainty for a number of years now. And I'm very confident that the work that's been done in closed session to just wrangle those KPIs, I feel quite confident that that will allow us to get the outcomes that we want from a governance point of view. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
I'm going to call division. The debate's closed. I've called division. All in favour, show of hands.
Councillor Tate, Councillor Caldwell, Councillor Barr-Lumsden, Councillor Lacastre, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Vorster, Councillor Pauline Young, Councillor McDonald, Councillor O'Neill.
Against?
Councillor Hamill, Councillor Jones, Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Patterson.
Anyone abstain or didn't vote? Right, motion carried. Could you call back Councillor Gates, please? Thank you, Councillor Tozer. What, you going, are you?
Oh, Alicia and I swapping.
Eh?
We're Alicia and I swapping back.
Are you? Oh, all right. Well, Councillor Gates, 7.2 is done. So, councillors, any other items? Councillor Lacastre.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, 7.1, there was a procedural motion in the committee, and so it was deferred to full council. So I just wanted to alert everyone to that. So, Mr Mayor, with your okay, I would like to move the officer's recommendation from the committee.
Yes, moved. Seconder, Councillor Belden-Lumsden. On that, any decorations, anyone? No? Question, is it, Councillor Gates? Yep.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. This was moved to full council so that we could get some responses to a number of questions that were raised at committee. And I had some additional questions as a result of the advice that was received, Mr Mayor. I'm just trying to remember, was this a closed session item? Yes. It was a closed session item. So in order to ask my questions, Mr Mayor, would you be okay with us going into closed session?
Yeah, just before we do that, just got a question to our city solicitor. Event precinct, I now have moved into that event precinct. And this is in Carrara. So I didn't, do I need to declare there, or is this a...
Through you, Mr Mayor, in my view, no, you don't, and that's because you have no greater interest in the matter than anyone else in that local government area.
All right, so I thought I mentioned it. All right. Councillor Gates, you want to move into close?
Yes, please.
Yeah. Seconder, anyone? Councillor Castro, all in favour, show of hands. Against? We're going to close. Streaming off. Gallery. Rightio. We have a motion, Councillor Castro. Motion there, moved. And
Mr Mayor, yes, I'd like to move the motion that's on the screen there.
on the screen, seconder at the committee was Councillor McDonald. Do you want to still second it? Okay, we're good to go. Councillor Lacastra would like to speak.
Mr Mayor, there's not much that I can really say in open session except that it's very, very important to the city to have national sporting organisations based here, committed to the coast, creating jobs on the coast, and what that opens up for further business from interstate and internationally, having teams based here and training here. So I think it's very, very worthwhile to support, and I hope that the councillors will get behind this.
Okay. Speaking against, Councillor Gates.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I would simply foreshadow a motion, and I'd like to read it into the record if you're satisfied with
I think
that.
on a foreshadow motion, it's probably best just, my suggestion is that note this as a report instead of being this motion. Note it as a report because the current contract's still going anyway. There's no change. Because you're going to say,
Well,
right,
all
let's
right,
go
then
on with what was not...
Well, I'd just sort of
Unless
like
you want to kill off the current contract.
No, I'd like to say that the city endorses the initial
But it's
investment.
still running. Of course it's endorsed.
Okay, I'll just speak against it, Mr Mayor.
No, seriously, just go that council confirms its previous funding commitment and resolve the resolution.
I'm happy with that.
Okay, can you give it to? All right.
Mr Mayor, I think that for all the reasons discussed within closed session, we want to encourage national sporting organisations to use our city and its facilities. But it's important when we do issue funding agreements to attract organisations to our city that there is a benefit for our city's ratepayers who are actually picking up the bill. And my view is that the original agreement that we entered into delivers a better outcome for the city and the city's residents than the proposal before us today.
Okay. Anyone else want to speak for the motion? Okay, Councillor Bowden Lumsden.
Hey, thanks, Mr Mayor. Gold Coast is a great city. We've got all different housing options. We've got the arts and culture, as we just covered. We've got sports and leisure. And I think our investment attraction program is really important to bring in entities that we know will benefit the city in all those different facets. The one we've got here, we've already got a contract, as has been said, but there's been no change in the amount, just looking to bring it forward to, again, support the city. I think this particular opportunity provides a lot of opportunity for our future elite athletes, a lot of new, unique employment opportunity. And I think if we can support that as best we can, I think that's providing the best outcome for the city in all those different assets I'd already mentioned. So I'm happy to support it.
Anyone speak against the motion? Councillor Lacastra, can you close, please?
10 minutes. I've just closed, Mr Mayor.
Councillors, the debate's closed. Put a motion to you. All in favour, show. Divisions call. Show of hands.
Councillor Tate, Councillor Caldwell, Councillor Bowden Lumsden, Councillor Castro, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Vorster, Councillor Pauline Young, Councillor O'Neill.
Against?
Councillor Hamill, Councillor Owen Jones, Councillor Gates, Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor McDonald.
Motion carried. Okay. What's Okay. All right. Councillor, any other items you want to deal separately? No? Come on. Councillor Castro. You want to move the rest?
Which was, an allocation of reallocation of divisional funds. So move the balance,
Okay.
Mr Mayor. Thank you.
Second by Councillor Tozer. Anyone want to speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against. Motion carried. We now go to Governance Administration. Thank you, Director. Director, where are we going?
Sorry, Mr Mayor, just one thing. I think originally Councillor Bowden Lumsden actually seconded that motion. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but
I think, Mr Mayor, I think prior to going into close, I had put my hand up to second it, but I'm happy to whatever's.
Yeah, you're right. If
that's fine.
okay.
Okay.
And it's division call anyway, so everyone knows. All right. Okay. We now go to Governance, Administration and Finance. Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move the report of the Governance, Administration and Finance Committee meeting held on the 18th of November 2021, covered by recommendations 1 to 7, be received.
Second, Councillor Patterson. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. Right. Any items you want to deal separately, councillors?
Probably best we deal with item 7.1 separately, Mr Mayor.
Okay. In that case, my previous declaration stands and I shall depart the room. And I'll call on Councillor Gates to chair the meeting. And
Enjoy the rest of your day, Mr Mayor.
I will enjoy the rest of my day.
You wait till you see what we do next.
Oh.
Already.
Oh.
Councillor Vorster. Sorry, Councillor Owen-Jones.
So I was just going to say, and I think you're there, there's a series of conflicts that have to be dealt with before I get to move anyway.
Okay. Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Vorster.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, early on in today's meeting, the City Solicitor made some reference to a declaration that I've made concerning this item. When it was first considered by Council, I took the step of making a declarable conflict of interest declaration, and the Council resolved that I could participate in the decision-making process. So my question through you to the City Solicitor is, given that Council resolved that I could participate, am I required to make a fresh declaration? If not, is it still prudent to take this opportunity to reflect on some of the advice that we've received since this matter was first ventilated, in order to establish to the public's satisfaction that my relationship with the Mayor is one that's been developed through professional engagement and does not meet the threshold of a related person under the conflict of interest framework? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Through you, Madam Chair, you have two options, Councillor Vorster. You can either continue with the declaration that you made previously, or if you happen to want to change your view, there are some words up on the screen that we have crystal balled that you may wish to make your position.
Thank you.
And City Solicitor, they're the ones that you circulated to all of us
Prior to the meeting.
Prior to the meeting, so that they weren't created just for Councillor Vorster's. This is a matter of consistency.
That's correct, Madam Chair. So I circulated to all of the councillors an outline of options for dealing with this matter, because it is a little bit unusual being a deferred matter. And the advice was that for those councillors who had made a declaration previously, that was on the record, it didn't need to be remade, but my advice noted that I had circulated some additional advice on a close personal relationship, which may cause some of you to change your position. At the committee, the councillors who were there took the opportunity, some of them, to change their position, and I had recommended a set of words to record in the minutes just to make it clear to anybody what had actually transpired between the first meeting and this one.
Councillor Vorster.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Through you to the City Solicitor, I just want to understand the mechanism through which a councillor may change their position, because, for example, I'm very happy to put these words into the public record because I think it's important to, for public perception reasons, explain how the council navigated this at times contentious issue. So I'm very happy to reflect on, or to put into the public record my thoughts as they are today. But I'm also of the view that council has already resolved that I can participate in the matter. And I suppose what I'm interested in is there a mechanism under law where me putting this new statement into the public record winds back or overrides a decision of the council that has already given me the ability to participate in the matter? Does it override the position, or can they both be held concurrently? Madam Chair.
Through you, Madam Chair, it's yet another one of those areas where the Local Government Act doesn't provide a mechanism. The model meeting procedures don't provide a mechanism. The acting CEO and I sat down and had a chat about how we could best assist this process. So your previous declaration that was made and council resolved stays on the record in relation to those meetings. What this attempts to do is to say between that point of time and this point in time, some additional advice has been provided. It notes the date that the advice was received, and the purpose is really just to provide a justification for that change in position and explain the difference. So it doesn't remove the previous declaration or council's resolution, but it does say at this point in time, this is your view. And there's absolutely nothing wrong in the context of a conflict of interest with changing your position.
So, Madam Chair, through you to the City Solicitor. City Solicitor, is it your view that the matter that was considered by the earlier council meeting is different to the matter that is being considered today? In other words, I'm just trying to determine whether it is the same matter, and because it's the same matter, I can rely on both the protection of council's permission to participate in the decision-making process, but also not a challenge, but a ventilation of updated advice for my colleagues to respond to in case they feel as though there is new information that may need to be managed.
Through you, Madam Chair, it is the same matter, and in conflicts context we talk about what's the matter that you're making a decision in relation to. Even though previously a committee and council considered this matter, what they didn't do was make a decision. So the matter itself was left open. The decision was deferred to today, or to committee, and then to today for further consideration and a decision. And that's why those options exist. If a councillor is happy with the previous declarations that were made and council's decision on those, they lay on the table and nothing more has to be done, and we've recorded them in the minutes so that there'll be a true record. However, like in any circumstance between a committee and a council meeting, you are entitled to change your position if you have the benefit of either thinking about the matter, having some advice, anything that might lead to a change in position. So it's absolutely a matter for you, Councillor Vorster, what you're more comfortable dealing with. I'm completely comfortable from a legal perspective that it's okay for councillors to change their view, and this minute is just meant to make that clear on the record because it is a little bit murky what we're dealing with and a little unusual.
And Councillor Vorster, I don't know if you noticed, but the minutes did reflect a changed position for three of us at committee, and I'm more than happy for you to have that read into the minutes of this report if you would like, and that will align with the declarations that were made at committee by Councillor Caldwell, Councillor Taylor and myself.
So, Madam Chair, just to clarify, so by putting the highlighted words on screen into the record now, that brings the advice concerning my relationship with the Mayor in line with other councillors?
Correct.
And, okay.
It was the definition of close personal relationship that the City Solicitor brought to us, that none of us met that level in terms of our relationships with the Mayor. They were relationships created by our employment or role at Council.
Okay, so thank you very much, Madam Chair. I appreciate that advice. To all of my colleagues, I just want to draw specific attention to the information in the highlighted section of the screen. It reflects my thinking about my relationship with the Mayor, and I invite any questions from any councillor here today who may want to tease out those facts or seek some supplementary information. I just also want to flag that my understanding of the function of the Act, given that we do operate in a grey area, is that I also have a concurrent dispensation from Council to participate in this matter. And if you have a view that I don't, I'm happy for those questions to be asked as well.
Does anyone have any questions? If not, we'll make sure that stands in the minutes. And I'll go back to you, Councillor Owen-Jones. Were there any other declarations, sorry? Oh, Councillor Taylor.
Yes, I had a declaration that I...
Stand up.
Oh, sorry. I had a declaration I raised at the committee meeting, but it was the same declaration that was made at the previous first round before we deferred the...
It's fine. It appears in the minutes, as does Councillor Caldwell's. Is there anything you'd like to add? And mine. No,
So,
we're satisfied
fine
with the advice from the City Solicitor that on all counts we're clear in regard to our relationship with the Mayor in considering this matter.
This is a separate conflict.
Okay.
So the questions... This is
About
Dayshell,
Dayshell.
yeah. Correct.
I understand it doesn't need to be made again, Councillor.
That was my question to the City Solicitor. Was made
I'll go to
first.
the acting CEO.
There's two conflicts that were declared on the 14th of September, which don't relate to what we just talked about. Dayshell and Councillor Peter Young has declared a conflict. They've continued. They won't need to be made again. They'll appear in the minutes. They'll continue on.
Okay, thank you.
You're looking a bit baffled. I think it was your relationship with the Mayor due to legal proceedings.
Speak to that, Acting Mayor. There was an occasion recently when I made a declaration and I removed myself from the decision-making process because I felt that outcome, which the matter dealt with a complaint that had been made against the Mayor, so a disciplinary matter, and I felt that the outcome there was very much a personal matter that could affect him, and so I made a declaration. In this case, I don't perceive that personal relevance to him, or that could be argued, I suppose, and so I'm staying with the original declaration that I made and Council's original decision
Support
that I could
for you to
participate,
remain.
unless that's
No.
a concern to anyone.
Anyone have any problems with any of that? No? Well, I'll go back to you, Councillor Owen-Jones.
Thank you, Councillor Gates. So I'll move the committee recommendation as it is, and somebody will second it, and with a bit of luck, I'll speak to it.
Do I have a seconder? If not, I'll second that.
Thank
Sorry.
Thank you, Councillor Gates. This is in regards to the proposed sale of Lot 6, 72 Remembrance Drive, Surfers Paradise. It's a report that we've received. It's on confidential papers, but it's effectively an 1,800 square metre site in Surfers Paradise, well known to anybody in Surfers Paradise as the former home of her bowls club. The Mayor is not here today because he has declared an interest in the adjacent property and has done what he's required to do and leave the room. The city has taken steps to be as guarded as possible in this process because of the mayor's ownership or interests immediately adjacent to the site. So whilst it's normal business for the city to go about disposing of property, it's slightly unusual business in this regards given the close proximity to the mayor's interests. So in creating the recommendation, we've done something which is slightly unusual, and that's we've inserted a probity advisor into the process, and that's somebody that will be appointed by the city solicitor. And we are allowing the chief executive officer, and that in most likelihood will be the new CEO, to enter into a delegated power to determine the outcome of the tender process and the terms of the contract of sale. Having said that, we did modify the initial officer's recommendation to include the words having given regard to the advice provided by the city solicitor and the probity advisor. And then the proceeds will go into the strategic priorities reserve and ultimately would most likely be used to help acquire other sites within the City of Gold Coast's local government boundary. So with that, I'll say that's my opening remarks, and I'm happy to close shortly.
Thank you. Does anyone want to speak against the motion? No? Oh, Councillor Taylor.
Thank you. Look, for me, it's very disappointing. We do have 143 residents that have been making use of this car spot since the building was built. The current DA it's definitely a challenging time when that particular DA was approved, but we did have 143 residents that now won't have a car spot, and I was very disappointed we couldn't come up with a solution for those particular residents. So for those reasons, I won't be supporting the current motion.
Okay, any speakers for? If not, I'll go back to you to close, Councillor Owen-Jones.
So I'll close just by touching off on those 143 residents. The report that we have indicates that the majority of those residents are short-term student or visitor accommodation type rentals, and that they don't have cars. And importantly, they don't necessarily have the ownership of the land where those that do park cars may choose to park cars. That ownership is somebody else other than themselves, and they would have known that when they entered into a contract to purchase their units. So whilst it's unfortunate that we have this type of ownership structure from the 80s in terms of approval, it's actually important that the city manages our assets prudently, and in this case we've made a determination that the property is surplus to our requirements, and we're going to take it to the open market, and hopefully we will attract a buyer. And if the collective owners of the adjacent residential property want to participate in that tender process, I would encourage them to band together and do that and secure car parking for the future.
Thank you, Councillor Owen-Jones. That closes the debate, so I will take the vote. All in favour?
Councillor Gates, Councillor Hamill, Councillor Owen-Jones, Councillor Caldwell, Councillor Pettion, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Ballumston, Councillor Castro, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Vorster, Councillor Pauline Young, Councillor O'Neill.
Against?
Councillor Taylor, Councillor McDonald.
That is carried. So that was all we had on governance, Councillor Owen-Jones?
Would you like me to invite the Mayor back? No. I move the remaining recommendations of the Governance, Administration, Finance Committee be adopted.
This is on motion? Of motion? There are none? And then answers to questions on notice. And I see that we have a response. we do. So I'm going to speak to it if that's okay. I'm really grateful to receive this report, albeit 15 weeks after it was asked for. But I guess in reading it, I wanted to highlight that we recently supported a corporate restructure to improve the way we deliver services to our community. And part of that was bringing corporate communications into organisational services. So I think it's important that we recognise that we have a community engagement policy and an external communication policy that come under the guidance of corporate communications. And that's clearly to ensure consistency across the administration and councillors with how we deal with the community. And since the Mayor came to office, it has worked very well for us that we have had a single point of messaging. So it's my view that we should have a streamlined model moving into the future, and that consistent messaging is critical. So in reading the recommendation, it does suggest that in the lead up to budget or through budget discussions next year, we might have another look to see whether all of these positions that have been advised are relevant. I do note that the information that I had that encouraged me to ask this question on notice indicated that there were 28 community engagement officers in one directorate alone, as well as 15 vacant positions, which totalled 43 in one directorate. There were some directorates that had none, and there was one that had that many, whereas the report that we've got today suggests a total of 33 roles right across the organisation. So it differs greatly from the information that I'd been provided. So I think the part of this that I like the most is the fact that there's going to be a review in the lead up to our budget discussions to support the restructure that we've already supported and ensure that we have a streamlined approach to both engagement, communication and media. So thank you for the report. Next item, petitions. I'll go to Councillor Caldwell.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Could I just please be provided with the copy of the actual petition? I think it's with the Minute Secretary.
While you're waiting for that one, I'll just advise that I note that there's one here suggested to be presented to me. I did not suggest that that be forwarded through. It was a non-complying petition, and so I'm not presenting that petition today, and I don't know quite how it got on the agenda. But
well, yeah, and Councillor Gates,
I'm not going
this
to do
one appeared on my desk and then disappeared. So my first reading of it was that likewise it actually also didn't comply. It was almost a collection of letters. It was a strangely compiled document. So I'm happy to leave that for today, and perhaps we can revisit those.
Sure. Sorry to interrupt you, but I just know that I was surprised
I don't
when
want
I
to hold
saw
up the
that.
meeting, and we clearly can't quite.
Okay, so I'll go to Councillor Hamill.
Madam Deputy Mayor, I'm in receipt of a properly put together petition that's been verified by council officers. So it's just a petition from 300 residents of the Ormo and Pimpama area regarding congestion and safety concerns around Wharf Street and Pymble-Jagswell Road. So I would request that petition be received and deferred to the appropriate committee for consideration.
I'll second that.
Thank you.
All in favour? Carried. And now we'll move on to general business. There's one item of general business, and Councillor Peter Young, you have the floor.
Thank you, Acting Chair. My motion is that I be granted leave of absence for the 813th round of committee and council meetings between the 24th and 31st of January 2022 inclusive. So it's
second.
Third. Might make an amendment.
Everyone supports you being away longer.
Yes, I'll make it to the 31st of December.
I'll second that amendment.
All in favour?
And proceed your motion.
No, I'm I'm serious. The motion's been moved by Councillor Young, seconded by Councillor Caldwell. All in favour? That is carried unanimously. There being no other business, I declare the meeting closed at 14:53.
Happy birthday.